practice is now over. Please load up on all practice balls. Okay, as a reminder, the higher seed team will get choice of their starting lane. And remember to put your recap sheets complete after your match. Once your arrows are up, you can begin your tournament competition.
Good morning from Indianapolis. Lucas Wiseman here with you for our final day of coverage at the NAIA Invitational. Double elimination match play bracket competition continuing here at Western Bowl, our women's featured match. Pikeville versus Weber International in the winner's bracket. The winner of this match is just one more win away from winning the title. And in the men's division, this is a loser's bracket match between Davenport and Midland. The loser eliminated from the tournament. The winner still has hopes of taking home the title, but a long road ahead for the winner of this men's match. Other teams still alive in the men's division: Clark versus Calumet and Weber versus Missouri Baptist. Those are the winners' bracket matches. The other losers bracket match, St. Ambrose versus William Penn in the men's division. You can find the brackets on bowl.com. Women's division only has 6 teams left, and the losers bracket matches are William Penn versus Midland and Ashford versus Campbellsville. Early 12-pin lead for the Pikeville women. Davenport just doubled to take a 10-pin lead on Midland. double for Pikeville. Both teams in the women's match working on a double. But Weber International had it open in the first frame. Another strike for Weber, so through 4 frames. Only a 2-pin lead for Pikeville. Midland and Davenport are tied through 4 frames. Oh, a solid 8-pin for Pikeville's Kim Eulis. Weber's anchor, Diana Zaviolova, with a 10-pin lead in the 5th. Still a 2-pin lead for Pikeville after 5 frames. Midland is up 11 on Davenport after Davenport missed the makeable spare in the 5th. Weber International has a chance to take an 8-pin lead here in the 7th frame with a strike for a double. That one misses the head pin to the left for Weber, so missed opportunity there for them to take the lead in the match. Open frame for Weber. So both teams open in the 7th frame in our women's match, and it's still a 2-pin lead for Pikeville. Split conversion for Midland. Davenport had an open in the 7th, so Midland now with a pretty sizable lead with only 3 frames to go. Midland up 27. split by Midland is going to potentially tighten things up a little bit here. It's a 2-8-10. And it isn't open. Midland now with just a slight lead. 13 pins with 2 frames to go. Strike there by Weber, and they have tied the game up. 155 apiece for each team in the 8th. And a split in the 10th for Zavialova. And that opens the door for Kim Eulis to close this game out for Pikeville. And Eulis gets it done. Midland needs a mark in the 10th to shut out Davenport. Midland going to take game 1 against Davenport, and Pikeville wins game 1 against Weber International. Pikeville wins 195 to 183 to take game 1 in this best-of-5 match. Final shot coming up in the men's featured match. Midland 201, Davenport 179. So game 2 will get underway. Remember, the first team to win 3 games wins the match, and we'll move on in their respective portions of the bracket. Weber leads by 10. After the open by Pikeville in the first. And Davenport up 11 after the open by Midland in the first. After 4 frames in the women's match, Weber International leads by 1 pin. And our men's match, it's Midland with a 4-pin lead on Davenport. Double for Pikeville, so they move into the lead. They are up by 11 now. Midland had a foul in the 5th frame. And so that eliminated their lead because it came on a spare. So now Davenport has the lead, although a split now in the 6th for Davenport should even things up a bit. Split attempt for Davenport. Gives it a run, comes up empty. It's a 5-pin lead for Davenport after 6 frames. Weber International looking for a double here in the 7th. They trail by 10. Breaks up the washout. Leave just the 6-10. That's a big break there. Makes it a much easier spare attempt. Nine-pin lead for Pikeville. Pikeville has completed 8 frames. Weber has completed 7 frames. 6-pin lead for Davenport. Although it just jumped up to 9 with that 7 count. Open frame by Midland in the 8th. They only have 112 in the 8th frame, so this is shaping up to be a Davenport victory at this stage. Oh, and there's a strike for Weber. That's a double, and they now have a 1-pin lead. Heading into the 10th frame, Pikeville's max score 226. Weber's max score 227. Kim Eulis for Pikeville leaves the 2-7. A strike here would lock up the win for Weber in game 2. So Weber will win the second game and even the match at 1 game apiece. And the Midland players are yelling it's not over yet. And they're right. They are down by 9 pins going into the 10th frame. And if Midland strikes out, they shoot 162. That would force Davenport to double here. So Midland will need the second one in the 10th. Actually, Midland will need both strikes here to fill up the 10th frame to shut out Davenport by 1. Shot to win, so we'll go full screen on our men's match. Joe Steiner needs this strike. Crosses over. Oh man, the 10 goes late. What was that? It's a heartbreaker if you're Davenport. That's what that is. Big shot here for Davenport, a strike for 161. That would force Midland to get all 10 for the win. Big shot there, gets the strike. Final score in the women's game 2. 214 for Weber, 206 for Pikeville. So here we go, Joe Steiner from Midland. He needs a strike on this shot to win the game by 1 pin. If he gets 9, they tie, 8, they lose. Oh, and he's stone cold 9 pin is a tie. So they each get a half a point. So it's Midland 1.5, Davenport 1/2. Remember, you got to get 3 points to win the match. So we get started with game 3. Both matches tied here in game 3. It's a double from Midland as they take an 11-pin lead. Weber with a 10-pin lead on Pikeville. Fifth frame for Weber. Pin lead for Midland. Chance for Pikeville to take the lead with a strike. Back-to-back strikes for Midland as they extend their lead to 22. Still a 7-pin lead for Weber International. That's making an 8-pin lead for Weber. Meanwhile, Midland has built a pretty sizable lead against Davenport. 34-pin lead for Midland. Midland gives a little bit back there with a missed single pin in the 8th frame. Still a 9-pin lead for Weber International. Chance to make it 19 with a strike here in the 8th. Final score coming in, it's Ashford 3, Campbellsville 0 in the women's division. Still a 34-pin lead for Midland, so it looks like they're going to win game 3. And Weber can all but secure a victory with a strike right here in the 9th by Katie Thornton. Oh, Katie almost with the split, leaves just the single pin. And it looks like it's going to be a win for Weber International. They're going to go up 2-1 on Pikeville. .158 for Davenport. Midland going to shoot .204. We'll go spare strike there in the 10th. So Weber leads Pikeville 2-1, Midland up 2.5 to a half on Davenport. So we finish up 10th frame. Midland 192, Davenport 158. Final score in the women's game, it's Weber International with a score of a clean game for Weber International. They shoot 214. Pikeville 195. Starting game number 4 now. Midland with 3 strikes in a row here against Davenport in game 4. And Davenport already with an open. So big early lead for Midland as Weber International misses an easy spare in the first. Pikeville has started with a double. Midland is up by 32 on Davenport after just a handful of frames. And Pikeville is up by 20 on Weber. Weber just cut it to 10 with that double, though. Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you this morning from Western Bowl in Indianapolis. Weber can even the score with a strike right here in the fourth. Chance for Weber to take their first lead of the game with a strike right here for a four-bagger. Final score coming in to the broadcast booth. It is Midland Women 3, William Penn 1. Midland 3, William Penn 1 on the women's side. So Weber with 4 strikes in a row has now taken a 10-pin lead. Again, it's best of 5. It's a race to 3 points, basically. So the first team to get 3 points wins the match. As Weber strikes again to take a 20-pin lead. Midland's way out ahead of Davenport here this game. There's a double for Pikeville. So they cut it back to 10. Midland with a double. Washout for Weber International. What a turn of events here in this one. Weber with the washout and Pikeville with the turkey. Now a 3-pin lead for Pikeville. That's pending a spare on this washout by Weber, and she does make it. Davenport still has 5 frames to go, but Midland is already entering the 10th. And Midland doesn't need a whole lot to shut him out already. Just a spare and good count in the 10th for Midland would shut out Davenport, even though Davenport has 5 frames to go. Now 4 frames to go. Davenport's max score 232. If Midland goes 9 spare strike in the 10th, they shoot 237. Two-pin lead for Pikeville. But Weber can take the lead going into the 10th frame with a strike right here. And that split by Davenport means that they have been eliminated. I'm sorry, that 10-pin by Davenport means they have been eliminated. Midland wins the match 3.5 to 1/2. And Weber takes the lead. going into the 10th frame. If Weber wins this game, they win the match and head into the championship match. Pikeville can strike out for 237. Weber can strike out for 255. So Pikeville needs all three in the 10th to force Weber to mark. And it's a split. So Weber International going to win the match. And they will be in the championship. So both our featured matches end in game 4. It's a 3-1 victory for Weber International and a 3.5, 1/2 victory for Midland. Weber International men defeat Missouri Baptist. Again, brackets available on bowl.com. Just wrapping up the final frame here in both these matches. Our winners already determined. Weber International 3, Pikeville 1, Midland 3.5, Davenport 1/2. Final score in the women's match in game 4 was Weber International 243, Pikeville 211. One more shot to go in the men's match. Davenport ends their tournament with a strike. They lose game 4, 245 to 161. So now we'll wait for the start of our next round. See that at least one of the matches down there is going to another game, just getting started. So about 10 or 15 minutes away at least before we even think about getting started with our next round. So stand by, and we'll be back with more matches in a little bit here on Bowl TV.
score sheets over the live stream counter. We're going to give you 10 minutes of practice. Practice may begin.
Here we go, the start of our next round of matches. Our men's match, William Penn versus Missouri Baptist. And our women's match, Ashford versus Midland. Both of these are elimination matches. There's only 4 teams left in the women's division. Midland and Ashford bowling now for the right to take on Midland or take on Pikeville in a losers round match. And the winner of that final losers round match will take on Weber International for the title. In the men's bracket, there are 2 matches going on this round. Missouri Baptist versus William Penn, our featured match, and Clark versus Midland. The winners of that match will meet each other in the next round of the losers bracket. Calumet and Weber are the final 2 teams in the winners bracket, and they'll play at 11. Tied after 2 frames between Ashford and Midland. Back over to our men's match now. William Penn with a 1-pin lead after the first frame, both teams with an open. William Penn working in the 3rd. Crossover strike. They lead by 12 against Missouri Baptist here in game 1. A request in our chat, or more of a demand, I guess, to show the bracket. Well, you can find the bracket yourself on bowl.com, right under the live stream graphic. It'll say men's bracket, women's bracket. And no, Wichita State is not an NAIA school, so they were not in this event. 16-pin lead for Midland in our women's match. The halfway point. Missouri Baptist now up 2 pins on William Penn. And if you don't see the most current bracket, it's there, I promise you. You need to push refresh. A 27-pin lead for Midland, a chance to make it 37 with a strike right here. Midland still up by 25 against 24 against Ashford. Crossover strike from Midland. They're up by 14. William Penn leads Missouri Baptist by 2 in our men's match. Split in the 10th for Midland, so a chance for Ashford to come from behind and win this game.
Ticket number 788, your order's ready at Charlie Marty. 788. Thank you.
Crossover strike for the Saints. There's a double for William Penn. They extend their lead to 12. Open frame for Midland in the 10th. Missouri Baptist just threw a double. 182 for Midland, so Ashford needs a strike right here, or they will lose game 1. And it's a split instead, so Midland takes the first game in our featured women's match. Over to our men's match, where things are very tight down the stretch. A 3-pin lead for William Penn, so a spare here and 8 pins on the fill would secure the shutout. William Penn just needs 8 pins on this shot for the shutout. And he gets 7. That means Missouri Baptist can strike for the tie. Strike for the tie. Anything less, they lose game 1. Got the strike, and we have a tie in game 1. Midland men defeat Clark in game 1. Question in our chat about when the Shockers will play next on Bowl TV, and that would be at the ITCs, the National Championships for College Bowling. You want the schedule for that? bowl.com/livestream. Ashford off to a quick start in this one. Spare double, now the 8 count. And they are up by 19 pins. William Penn is up by 13. Ashford up by 8 against Midland. Missouri Baptist has moved into the lead by 11 pins. We're halfway through game number 2. This match tied, each team with a half point after they tied at 181 in game number 1. That was the 3rd consecutive strike for Missouri Baptist as we head back over to our women's match. It's about a mark lead for Ashford. Open frame for Midland. They trail now by 36. .31 pin lead for Missouri Baptist. And there's a strike for them in the 8th frame. Ashford just struck on their first shot in the 10th. They can max out at 197. And Midland with an open there in the 8th can only shoot 172. So already mathematically over. Ashford wins game 2, and that match is tied at 1 game apiece. Missouri Baptist in the 10th frame now. They're going to shoot 204 with a spare. They will win game number 2 and go up 1.5 to 1/2 on William Penn. Open frame for Missouri Baptist. They still shoot 193. Max William Penn can shoot if they strike out. It is 190. Midland and Ashford tied at 1 game apiece in this match, and we're just starting game 3. Looks like Clark is going to take game 2 against Midland. Even that matchup down on the high end of the bowling center. Eight-pin lead for Ashford. And our third game, the men's match, is now underway. It's a 2-pin lead for William Penn after the first frame, both teams with opens in the first frame. 5-pin lead for Ashford after 4 frames. As Aaron McCarthy steps up in the 5th for Midland. One-pin lead for Missouri Baptist after 3 frames. William Penn missed a single pin in the 4th, so they trail by 11 now. .28 lead for William Penn. .17-pin lead for Ashford against Midland. This match tied 1 game apiece. Ashford looking for a double. Looks good. They're now up 27 pins going into the 10th frame. So it looks like Ashford is going to win game 3, take a 2-1 lead on Midland. Open frame for Missouri Baptist as they lose their lead, and this game is now tied after 6 frames. The 8 count by William Penn will put them at a 2-pin deficit now. Three frames to go. Still a 2-pin lead for Missouri Baptist. Both teams working on spares. There's an 8-count split for William Penn. .171 for Ashford, 155 for Midland. In our women's featured match. So Ashford up 2-1. Oh, hits it from the back for the spare. William Penn leads by 1, or trails by 1, I should say. Missouri Baptist with the spare. There's a strike in the 9th for William Penn. Missouri Baptist with a single pin lead, so we are tied now. And then William Penn working on a strike can take the lead with a strike right here in the 10th. And it's an 8-pin. And the other men's match that's going on, it is a 2-pin lead for Clark with a couple of frames to go. And Missouri Baptist with a missed single pin in the 9th frame. Means William Penn needs the spare and a strike for the shutout. If they do that, they'd shoot 168. Missouri Baptist can strike out for 167. Midland just threw a double at Clark to take the lead in the men's match that's on the high end of the bowling center. Clark answered, though, with a strike of their own, so Clark's still up 2 in that one. Actually, they're now up 12. And William Penn evens this matchup at 1.5, 1.5. We're in the 3rd frame between Ashford and Midland. It is tied. Midland men have won Game 3 against Clark. So Midland men up 2-1 on Clark. Ashford women up 2-1 on Midland. William Penn and Missouri Baptist men tied at 1.5 apiece. Midland is up by 2 now in this match. Ashford has completed 4 frames. Midland has completed 5. Four-pin lead for Midland. Halfway through game 4. If Ashford wins, they win the match. If Midland wins, we'll have a game 5. Missouri Baptist and William Penn are underway with their 4th game. You're watching live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman along with you from Western Bowl in Indianapolis. A little bit of trouble here from Midland. They opened in the 7th and now facing a split in the 8th. And another open frame for Midland. So Ashford has the lead now. If Ashford stays clean, they would have a lead in the upper teens. They're a couple of frames behind Midland in this game. Ashford with the open in the 7th. They will still have an 8-pin lead if they can mark in the 8th, though. It's a double right there for Missouri Baptist. Both teams have started spare double in our men's featured match. 8th frame for Ashford. And it's an 8 count. So an 8-pin lead for Ashford. They have 2 frames to go. Midland is about to step up in the 10th here. Midland can strike out for 173. Important strike there from Midland. If McCarthy strikes out, it would force the Saints to double at some point to win the game. There's a strike for Ashford. Set it up to the 10th. If McCarthy gets this one, it's going to force Ashford to throw the first one in the 10th to win the game and the match. Crosses over, and the single pin does not go down, so now all the Saints need is a mark. Any kind of mark in the 10th frame. Count doesn't really matter. And it's a split. Just needed a mark and left the split. If she makes the split, they would win the game, but this is a tough one. So an open frame of the 10th, and Midland takes game 4, 163 to 159, to even the match at 2 games apiece. So they will head to game 5. We are in game 4 in our men's featured match. It is a 6-pin lead for William Penn. And that's after 6 frames now. In the other men's match that's going on, Clark with a 3-pin lead with 3 frames to go on Midland, and a must-win game for Clark. Screaming you hear is Ashford. They've started with a double in game 5 against Midland. Ashford trying for the front 3. Good shot, leaves the 4-pin though. William Penn with the balk. They lead by 4. Clark just had an open against the Midland men, and now the Midland men with an 11-pin lead going into the final 2 frames. 13-pin lead for the Saints as they've completed 3 frames. Still a 5-pin lead for William Penn. They can make it 15 with a strike right here. 9th frame. And instead, it's a split, and they will lose the lead heading into the 10th frame. Spare for Midland as it bounces out from behind and avoids the chop. Solid 10-pin there for Missouri Baptist. First shot in the 10th frame. So it opened in the 9th for William Penn. They still have a chance to win it, though, if they can get a double in the 10th frame. Midland defeats Clark 3-1. In the men's match that's going on the high end of the bowling center. William Penn must strike on their first 2 shots in the 10th frame. Here's the first one. Does not get it, and Missouri Baptist wins game 4. Take a 2.5, 1.5 lead in the match. It's a 26-pin lead for Ashford. Halfway point of game 5. Ashford already leading by 26. They can make it 36 with a strike here for a double. Leaves just the 10-pin. Strike from Midland in the 7th as they try to get something going here, trailing by 26 with 3 frames to go. Game 5 in our men's match. If Missouri Baptist wins this game, they win the match. If William Penn wins this game, we will have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off to determine the winner. At this point, it looks like Ashford, if they can just stay clean in these final 2 frames, they would win the match. So it's the 10th frame for Ashford. 8 spare strike is all they need for the shutout. Again, 8 spare strike for the shutout. And she gets 5. So Midland's still alive. Midland can strike out in the 9th and the 10th for 201. Max score for Ashford now 199. Has to make it here. Does get the spare. So she'll just need to keep the ball on the lane on the field for the win. And Ashford will defeat Midland. Disaster game for both teams in our men's game 5. 46 in the 4th frame for Missouri Baptist. They have 3 opens in 4 frames. William Penn with 2 opens in 4 frames. And they lead by 7. Here's the final shot for Ashford. That's a winner. They shoot 195, and they win the match. 3-2. Strike for William Penn. They lead by 5 pins. That's assuming a spare here by Missouri Baptist. Again, if William Penn wins this game, we'd have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. If this game were to finish in a tie, Missouri Baptist would win the match. Open frame for Missouri Baptist in the 6th. And now trail by 17. That's a double for William Penn. They now lead by 27. So it looks like we're headed towards a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, the way things are going here. So another open frame for Missouri Baptist, and they trail by 37 with 3 frames to go. William Penn with the spare in the 8th. Missouri Baptist doesn't strike here, they can't win the game. So William Penn is going to win game 5, and we're going to have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Split in the 10th doesn't matter for William Penn. They already had enough of a lead. So we will finish up this game and then get ready for the 9th and 10th frame roll-off. So 166 to 141. William Penn wins game 5. We are tied 2.5, 2.5. And we'll go to the 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Dave Bartlett, tournament director, down there giving them some instructions, along with Gary Brown. And they'll get the scoreboard set up for the 9th and 10th frame roll-off here. So the roll-off is underway now. It's a 7-pin for William Penn. It could very easily have been a 7-10. And Missouri Baptist will start their 9th frame. Tied 2.5, 2.5. We're in the 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Missouri Baptist misses the head pin to the left. Count doesn't really matter, as both teams attempting to get a spare here in the 9th frame of this roll-off, 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Spare for William Penn, puts the pressure on Missouri Baptist to answer. Open frame. Comes out from behind, but doesn't knock down the 6-pin. Open frame from Missouri Baptist. So they'll trail by 11 going into the 10th frame of this 9th and 10th frame roll-off. William Penn a chance to put it away. William Penn with the strike, first shot. Puts Missouri Baptist in a must-strike situation to have any chance. Missouri Baptist doesn't strike here. William Penn wins. And William Penn will win the roll-off and move on in the contenders bracket. Missouri Baptist eliminated. So William Penn wins the roll-off against Missouri Baptist, and we'll have a short break as we get geared up for the next round. And take a quick commercial break, but be back in a couple of minutes here with the start of our next round on Bowl TV.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
I'm one of those guys where whatever I put my mind to, I usually get pretty good at it, and it wasn't impressive for me to shoot big numbers on a house pattern, what a lot of people are doing all over the place, and I wanted to push myself to a next level, and so that's what I did. I joined the sport league, and I practice on sport patterns, and work with guys that are like-minded, and that's how I want to make myself better.
Has it been helpful for you when you've gone out into competition or into tournaments, the sport bowling experience? I mean, a little bit more prepared when you come across tournament conditions? Tremendously,
especially when they put out a pattern that's a little more flat, more challenging. Tournaments sometimes tell you what it is, sometimes they don't. So if they don't, and I can recognize right away it's a little more challenging, usually there's a handful of us that have the upper hand, knowing that I got to place a little bit tighter or around this area as opposed to just jumping into the track, which is easy to do on a house pattern. And it's a pretty good advantage, actually.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Higher seed, you'll get the starting line choice, and turn your score sheets in at the live stream corner once you're completed. As a reminder, coaches only in the board area that have been signed off on the rules sheet. And we'll get your lights turned on for 10 minutes of practice. Make sure we get that printed just right.
61-62 4-4, please. Line service 61-62 4-4.
score sheet in there to the live stream table. And also, please remember that only coaches and the bowlers that are competing are allowed in the settee area. Once your arrows are up, you may begin your tournament competition.
Our next round of matches about to get underway. Weber International versus Calumet in the winner's bracket match in the men's division. Pikeville versus Ashford for the right to bowl Weber International for the women's title. They are still practicing here between Pikeville and Ashford. Had a couple of extra shots of practice, and now Weber and Calumet will get started. So our first shot is a strike for Calumet. Weber International trying to match it. In the first frame, it's Gary Faulkner, junior gold champion. And he sends the messenger across in front of the 7. Double to start things off for Calumet. So Calumet off to a quick 10-pin lead. Calumet trying to stay perfect. Almost a split, leaves the 6-10. Eight-pin lead for Calumet, but a chance for Weber to take a 2-pin lead with a strike right here. Women's match now underway. Ashford on the right lane, Pikeville on the left lane. The other match that's going on right now, Midland and William Penn, the front 4. Oh, Calumet just barely makes the spare. Open frame for both women's teams in the first. Ashford up by 1. Weber trying to make it 3 strikes in a row. They lead by 2. They can lead by 12 with another one. The winner of this match will be in the championship and have to be defeated twice in the championship. So a big match here between Calumet and Weber. This Pikeville-Ashford matchup is for the right to take on the Weber women for the women's title. Another strike for Weber. Marcelo Swartz, their anchor, gives them 4 strikes in a row. Midland men with the front 6 outside the range of our cameras. Great shot by Calumet. These teams are lined up. 12-pin lead for the Weber men. There's a strike for Ashford. Can Faulkner get a strike for Weber? No, he misses the head pin left. Gets a 7 count. Weber up by 9. Calumet looking for 3 in a row here. They can take a 1-pin lead with a strike. And they take the lead. Open frame for Weber in the 6th. Calumet has a chance to really get out in front now. Women's match, it's a 2-pin lead for Ashford as Pikeville bowls in the 4th. Calumet looking for their 4th consecutive strike. Calumet trying to add to their tally here, looking for 5 in a row. Not quite going to get back. Leaves the 1-2. Still a 21-pin lead now for Calumet after that surge of strikes. Ashford looking for a double. And leave the single pin. Pikeville with the bucket conversion in the 5th. They trail by 2. Midland and William Penn locked in a tight battle down there. William Penn started stringing some strikes at Midland. Midland can still shoot 278, and William Penn can shoot 268. High scores here in this round in the men's division. Ninth frame for Calumet. They lead by 21. Ninth frame for Weber. They can cut it to 11 with a strike right here. Weber cuts it to 11, heading into the 10th. Midland takes game 1 against William Penn, 267 to 257. 10th frame in progress here, and Calumet with a 7 count on the first shot on the 10th. Now their max score is 236. Weber International can strike out for 245. Calumet gonna shoot the spare here first. Trouble. Open frame in the 10th for Calumet. .222. Now Marcelo Swartz for Weber just needs good count and a mark to win game 1. There's a strike, and that's a win for Weber International in game 1. Missed single pin by Ashford in the 8th frame has opened the door for Pikeville to take the lead with a spare here in the 8th. Pikeville can take a 5-pin lead. Pikeville makes the spare, so they're now up by 5 pins. 2 frames to go. Ashford's already bowled the 9th. They put a strike on the board. Final score in the men's match, Weber 233, Calumet 222. Pikeville with a strike in the 9th. Up 5, both teams with strikes in the 9th frame. So Pikeville with the advantage going into the final frame. And a split in the 10th for the Saints. Pikeville will just need a mark in the final frame to win game 1. Open frame for the Saints in the 10th, so they shoot 165. Now Cumulus doesn't even need a mark. And 8's enough. Pikeville wins game 1 against Ashford. Open frame for Calumet to open up game 2. For those of you just tuning in, this is the final rounds of match play here at the NAIA Invitational. It's a bracket format, double elimination match play. This match between Weber and Calumet on the men's side is for a spot in the championship match. Our women's match between Pikeville and Ashford is also for a spot in the championship match in the women's division, but coming out of the loser's bracket. Final shot of game one, as Pikeville closes out a 182-165 win in game one. Weber rolls the 2 for the strike in the third. They trail by 5. Bowl.com. If you look under the live streaming graphic, you'll see the brackets, links for the men's and the women's division. Ring 10 there for John Trzynski. Weber trails by 3 here in game 2 against Calumet. Open frame again for Calumet, so now Weber takes the lead. This women's match, Pikeville leading 1-0 on Ashford. If Pikeville wins, it would set up a rematch with Weber International. They lost to Weber in the first match this morning. So if Pikeville wins, they'll bowl Weber again. But they would have to beat Weber 2 times to win the title. Missed spare for Weber in the fourth. All of a sudden, nobody can make a spare here. Another missed spare in our women's match. Bit of an epidemic. Weber back on track with a strike in the fifth. They trail by 4. Our other match up on the high end, Midland is leading William Penn by 9 pins with a couple of frames to go. Sixth frame. Trying to make sense of the bracket format that we have for this tournament. Go to bowl.com. You'll see the giant image that pops up that says live stream in progress. Below that, you'll find links to the men's bracket and the women's bracket. Ashford has strung together 3 strikes in a row, and they are clean through 6 frames as they are starting to pull away from Pikeville here. in this game. Weber with a 10-pin. See if Ashford can make it 4 in a row. Nope, missed the head pin to the right. Calumet has strung together 3 strikes in a row. Now a 2-4-7. But with a spare here, they lead by 33. Spare for Ashford. They lead by almost 40 pins against Pikeville here. After 6 frames in the women's match, 39-pin lead for Ashford. Looks like Midland has taken a 2-0 lead on William Penn in the other men's match. Eight frames completed in this men's match. It is a 35-pin lead for Calumet. 2 frames to go. Ashford missed in the 8th, had a split for an open. That'll slightly crack open the door here for Pikeville. Pikeville could have doubled right there. They still trail by 23 pins with the spare with 2 frames to go. Nice shot there by Ashford in the 9th. Sets it up for the 10th. Pikeville down 23. Really a must-strike situation here to have any chance. They get the strike. They're going to need a lot of help in the 10th. Oh, there's a strike for Ashford. That'll lock up the win here in game 2. Going to be tied at 1 game apiece. Our women's match. Calumet up by a ton here in the late stages of game 2. And this one is going to be tied at 1 game apiece. split in the 10th for Calumet. Doesn't matter. They've already got the win locked up here in game 2. Again, best of 5. First team to win 3 games wins the match. Closing stages here of game 2 in our women's featured match. Well, I should say the only match that's going on in the women's division right now. 209 for Ashford. Pikeville going to shoot 185 with a spare. Closing out the 10th frame still in this men's match. .177 for Calumet. Weber going to be in the 140s. So both games are finishing up here. And we are getting ready to start game 3. Both of our featured matches tied at 1 game apiece. First shot of our 3rd game. It's a strike by Ashford. Open frame for Pikeville to start. They now trail by 11 after just 1 frame. Weber looking for a double to start, and instead it's a split. No, the 10 goes down, so just the 4-pin is standing. Calumet had an open in the first, missed the single pin. Midland is up by 23 on William Penn with 3 frames to go. So it looks like Midland's on their way to the win. Pikeville on the board with a strike here in game 3. They trail by 10. Pikeville looking for a double to take the lead here. Crossover strike for the double. Pikeville up by 1. Weber third frame, leading by 11. Now leading by 9. Back-to-back strikes for U-Pike. They are now up 11. Open frame for Weber in the third. Open frame for Calumet, so 2 opens in 3 frames. They trail by 12. The string of strikes ends for Pikeville with a single pin leave in the 6th. They lead in this game by 26 pins at the halfway point. Midland knocks out William Penn 3-0 in the men's division. That one is over. Pikeville still up by 25 as both teams are shooting spares in the 7th. Weber with 47 in the third, Calumet with 35 in the third, both teams spares in the 4th. Eighth frame for Ashford. Crossover strike. Weber with 8 in the 5th. They lead by 11. Ashford now down by 22. assuming that Pikeville can make the 2-4-5 here in the 8th. Spare's good. So 22-pin lead for U-Pike with 2 frames to go. Big shot here for Ashford. Oh, 9-pin. It's a good shot. Just doesn't carry. And Pikeville in the driver's seat in these final 2 frames. While we were away, Calumet missed another single pin in the 5th. They trail by 22 now. Calumet trying to find a double here. Instead, misses the head pin to the right. Pikeville is won game number 3. They're going to go up 2-1 on Ashford. Weber with a double. They now lead by 32 pins. Weber up 32. They go up 42 with another strike. It looks like Weber going to win game 3 and take a 2-1 lead. Another strike for Weber. That's 4 in a row. They lead by 52 going into the 10th, and they've all but locked up a win here in game 3. Final score, Pikeville 212, Ashford 167, so Pikeville up 2-1 in the women's match. Our next round of matches will take place 30 minutes after the end of the final ball here in this round. They need to oil some of the lanes. For our final matches. Weber up 2-1 on Calumet. So we will go over and watch the opening shots of game 4 in our women's match. Pikeville a chance to lock up a spot in the championship match if they can strike, or if they can win here in game 4. Ashford looking for a double to start. Leaves the 10-pin. Finishing up the 10th frame for Weber is Gary Faulkner. They shoot 223. Calumet still finishing the 9th frame here, and then one more frame to go before they start game 4. Pikeville started with an open, so they trail by 11 early on here in game 4. After 3 frames in game 4 of our women's match, it's a 10-pin lead for Ashford. Mainly because of the open in the first by Pikeville. Both teams with strikes in the 4th. No change. After 4 frames, still a 10-pin lead for Ashford. Calumet still finishing up their game. 223-170. Weber wins game 3. Euless lucky to just leave the 10-pin on that shot. Very easily could have been a split in the 5th. Ashford a chance to take a 20-pin lead with a strike. And they got it. First shot of game 4. In the men's match, Calumet will get it started off. Ashford trying for 3 in a row and a 30-pin lead. Missed the head pin to the left and gets 6. Faulkner back in the lineup for Weber. Gets 9. Double to start for Calumet. Lead by 10. Ashford with a strike in the 7th. They are up by 26. Take that back. They're up by 16. And Pikeville can cut it down to 6. Pikeville can take the lead with a strike right here. It's a baby split. They trail by 8. Calumet. 3 in a row for Calumet. Calumet now up by 22. Big baby split attempt here for Pikeville. And it's good. They trail by 7, 2 frames to go. Ashford will go first here, 9th frame. Great shot by Ashford in the 9th to set it up for the 10th. Puts a lot of pressure on Pikeville to strike here in the 9th. That'll set it up for the 10th for Pikeville as well. Still an 8-pin lead for Ashford. Calumet's run of strikes ends at 3 with a 7 count in the 4th. Double for Ashford. Puts Pikeville in a must-strike situation here. Pikeville doesn't strike here. We'll have a game 5. Kim doesn't like it. Oh, slaps out the Brooklyn. Ashford can get the shutout with a strike here. Clutch 10th frame for Ashford, as they have forced a game 5 in our women's match. Calumet with a split in the 5th. Things tightening up. Chance for Weber to take the lead with a strike right here. Almost a strike there for Weber, but 9 and a wiggle still counts as 9. And they will still trail by single digits. So the open in the 5th for Calumet. It's a 5-pin lead for Calumet after 5 frames. 225 for Ashford, 205 for Pikeville in the women's match as they gear up for game number 5 of that match. Sixth frame for Calumet. Almost a split. Light mixer there for a strike for Weber. Collapses the bucket. Sets Weber up with a chance to take the lead. Seven pin for Weber. Missed opportunity to take the lead. Seventh frame for Calumet now. Yanks it through the face, leaves just the 10 pin. Ashford started with an open in game 5 of our women's match. Pikeville with a spare. Four-pin lead still for Calumet if they can make the spare here. Weber 138 in the 7th, a spare in the 8th. Calumet 122 in the 6th, a spare coming in the 7th. Baby split, the 2-7 for Weber in the 9th. Strike for Calumet in the 8th. Calumet controls her own destiny here down the stretch of game 4, trying to even up this match. Spare is good for Weber in the 9th. They trail by 6. Check in on our women's match. Pikeville up by 9 after 3 frames. Calumet can take a 16-pin lead into the 10th frame with a strike right here. Leaves the 6-pin. Crossover. It's going to come down to the 10th frame in that match. Right now, Ashford with an open in the 4th, 56 in the 4th frame. Pikeville still to bowl the 4th, but will be about a 22-pin lead if Pikeville can strike here. Quickly over to Weber now, 10th frame from Marcelo Swartz. They trail by 6. Oh, and the messenger comes across and takes out the 10. What a shot by Swartz. Spare for Calumet. If Weber gets another strike in the 10th, that's going to force Calumet to double in the 10th to win the game and stay alive in the match. Pikeville up 20 after 4 frames in our women's match. We'll get back to that after this 10th frame. Max score for Weber is 206. Max score for Calumet is 212. Weber's already thrown the first strike in the 10th. Calumet trying to answer. If he doesn't strike here, Weber will have a chance to win it with a strike. Gets the first one. Clutch shot there. If Swartz does not strike here, Calumet wins the game, and we will have a game 5. Does not strike, and we will have a 5th game. Our women's game 5, half the game is completed. It's a 20-pin lead for Pikeville, over Ashford. Ashford on the right lane in the purple, Pikeville on the left lane in the orange. Pin lead for Pikeville with 4 frames to go. Match tied at 2 games apiece. This is the decider. Ashford shooting a spare in the 7th right now. Seventh frame for Pikeville. 7-pin. Pikeville still up by 19. Ashford looking for a double. They've got it. They narrow the gap to 9 pins. Pikeville up now in the 8th. 10-pin for Pikeville. Both teams in the men's match start with a strike. Looks like Ashford's going to back off here, let Pikeville catch up a bit. Looks like Pikeville's going to wait for Calumet to go first. Back-to-back strikes for Calumet to open up this game. Pikeville with the spare. Weber trying to match with a double of their own to start this game. Ninth frame for Pikeville. They lead by 8. 6 count. Will shrink the lead down to just 4. Calumet looking for the front 3. Great start to this game for both men's teams. Huge bucket attempt here for Pikeville. Gets the spare. So Pikeville up 4, but all the momentum on Ashford's side. A 2-pin for Weber in the 3rd. Max scores here. Ashford can shoot 204. Pikeville can shoot 198. So if Ashford doubles in the 10th, they will win and move on to both for the title. 10-pin leave. And that's a big non-strike there for Ashford. They need Pikeville to open in the 10th. Oh, there was a double wood. There was a pin hiding back there for Weber, and it's an open frame in the 3rd. Looks like Kim is going to wait for Calumet to go because they're going to be pretty loud if they strike here. 3 in a row for Calumet, looking for the front 4 to take a big lead early on here against Weber in Game 5. Crosses over, and Kim did go at the same time. Surprises me a little bit. And she leaves the bucket. What an amazing turn of events here. Back-to-back buckets by Pikeville really kills the count. Ashford's not out of it yet. They have to have this spare. The spare's good. They trail by 1. If Euless does not make the bucket, they lose. Pressure-filled 10th frame here in our women's match. Kim Euless for Pikeville needs to make the bucket here, or Pikeville will lose. She does make it. Textbook spare there. And it's going to come down to the final ball here in Game 5. If Ashford strikes, Euless would have to strike to win by 1. Spare in the 4th for Calumet. They lead by 22 after 4 frames as we wait for the final shots in our women's match. There's a double for Weber. Here's the final shot for Ashford. It's a huge one. And it's a strike. The strike forces Pikeville to throw a strike on the fill here. Here's the situation. A strike, Pikeville wins by 1. 9, we have a tie, and we'll go to a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. 8, and Ashford wins. Huge shot here for Pikeville. A strike to win. Oh, and Kim Eulis delivers and knocks out Ashford. 184 to 183. What a clutch shot by both anchor players at the end of that match. A heartbreaker for Ashford, and Pikeville survives. 3-2. Pikeville moves on to take on Weber for the title in the women's division. Back over to our men's match as we are halfway through Game 5. The match tied at 2 games apiece. Calumet just opened in the 5th, and Weber leads by 2 with a spare here in the 6th. Sixth frame for Calumet. They trail by 2. Oh, a little light tickle on the 4-pin, and it gets to go down. That'll give Calumet an opportunity to take the lead in the 7th. Weber is up in the 7th right now, working on a spare. And that is a killer. The count equals a lead change. Calumet takes a 2-pin lead with just a spare here, a 12-pin lead with a strike. For a 12-pin lead. Calumet up 12 with 3 frames to go, and Weber staring at a very difficult 3-6, 9-10 spare attempt here. Covers it up nicely. And Calumet's going to have a chance to go up 22 pins. The loser of this match will take on Midland. The winner moves on into the championship. For a 22-pin lead. Here's the shot. 8th frame. Goes through the face and leaves the 3-6-10. Important to note the 9-pin is not back there. It is just a 3-6-10. And Calumet leads by 9 pins. 8th frame for Weber. So Weber will have a chance to take the lead back with a strike in the 9th. Calumet, first things first, though, needs to make the 3-6-10 here. Trouble. Takes it straight back, gets 2. And now Weber in the lead by 3. And they can go up 13 heading into the 10th frame with a strike right here. Two frames to go, game 5. Match tied 2-2. Weber a chance to go up 13 with a strike. Pin lead for Weber. Calumet almost in a must-strike situation here, and it's a split. And Weber's going to win. Unless somehow Calumet can find a way to make it 2-8-10. That'll do it. Weber wins, and they are in the championship match. Calumet will drop into the losers bracket and take on Midland for the right to bowl Weber again. So Weber takes down Calumet 3-2. Both Weber teams, men's and the women's teams, undefeated here in match play so far. And they will both bowl for the title this afternoon. The next round of matches will take place 30 minutes from the last ball, so probably about 12:40 is when we'll get started with the next round of matches. And that next round will include our women's championship match between Weber and Pikeville. And it will also feature we'll feature Calumet versus Midland in the men's losers bracket match, 217-176. Final score. Again, competition will resume in 30 minutes.
The NAIA bowlers, coaches, and parent spectators will be starting in 1/2 hour from right now. Again, we'll resume the matches in a half hour.
So I'm not even going to take my cycle because it's dead.
Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. We're just waiting for practice to conclude before we get underway with the start of our women's championship match between Pikeville and Weber International. Midland and Calumet are going to bowl in the men's division for the right to face Weber for the title coming up next.
Practice has been completed. Please hold up on all practice rolls.
As you can hear from the announcer, practice is now over, so the teams will probably huddle up here and get ready to go for their matches.
Once your arrows come up, you may begin your competition. And as a reminder, coaches only in the bowlers area with their players, please.
So our men's match looks like they'll get started first here. Midland versus Calumet, with the winner moving on to take on Weber International in the men's championship match. And again, this is a double elimination format. So the team that comes out of the losers bracket must defeat the winners bracket team twice. So the winner of Midland and Calumet will need to beat Weber twice to win the title. In this Pikeville-Weber match, Pikeville is the team from the losers bracket, and they will need to defeat Weber twice to win the title. Still a best of 5 match play format, all Baker competition. And Pikeville will start things off in the first frame. And they do so with a strike. First frame for Weber International. And Weber also begins the championship match with a strike. Can Pikeville make it a double? They do. Back-to-back strikes for the Bears. Pikeville trying to stay perfect. Crossing over leaves the 6-9-10. 7 count there. Weber with the 6-10 leave in the second frame. Midland goes high, leaves the 4-6. 10. Early on here, game 1, Pikeville up by 7 against Weber. And in our men's, we'll call it a semifinal. Very tight match early on between these two teams. A slight edge for Calumet, though, after that open frame by Midland. We'll call it an 11-pin lead for Calumet. Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational College Bowling here on Bowl TV. on a Sunday afternoon. Pikeville versus Weber for the women's title. Pikeville with a split here in the fourth frame. So an open frame for Pikeville in the fourth. That'll tighten things up a bit. As Weber is clean through 3 frames. First team to win 3 games will win the championship in this women's match. Calumet and Midland tied thus far. Midland working on a double. Open frame for Weber. Midland working on a double, so they have a chance to take a 10-pin lead here with a strike. Three in a row for Midland. Pikeville looking for a double. Oh, a little late help on the 9-pin for Calumet for a double. Even match. Zavialova up in the 5th for Weber, trying to rebound after that missed single pin by Thornton. It's a 6-pin deficit for the Warriors. Ring 10 for Zavialova. Midland, while we were away, struck again for 4 in a row. Calumet trying to keep up with them. They've got a double. Calumet will end their string of strikes there. 12-pin lead for Midland. Andrew Koff checking in on our chat this afternoon. Good afternoon, Andrew. Wants to know when the collegiate nationals are, and singles nationals are April 17th right here on Bull TV. It's singles nationals, April 17th. April 19th and 20th we'll have coverage of the intercollegiate team championships here on Bull TV. You can find the complete list of events that will be streamed live here on Bull TV on bull.com/live stream. That's bull.com/live stream. 6th frame for Weber International in our women's championship match. Opening game, this best of 5 format. Weber down 16. That is the 6th consecutive strike for Midland heading into the 10th frame. And they are looking strong here in game 1. Midland up 23. Midland a chance for the shutout here. 9 spare strike would be enough for the shutout. Yes, washout. Not the end of the world for Midland if they can spare it up. Weber trailing by 16 pins in our women's championship match opening game, 7th frame for the Warriors. Washout, spare attempt coming up here for Joe Steiner for Midland. Open frame, that'll give an opening here to Calumet. Calumet with 2 frames to go. They will need 2 consecutive strikes here on their next 2 shots to have a chance to win the game. Chance for Weber to get within 6. And they do. Big shot here for Calumet. They get the strike. Kim Eulis, 10th frame. Cannot shut out Weber, but gets the first one in the 10th. Pikeville can shoot 221. Weber can still strike out for 226, but Weber has the 9th and the 10th to go. Big shot here for Weber to take the lead. Comes up light, leaves the 2-4. Calumet must strike on this shot, or Midland wins game 1. And Pikeville's just going to need good count on the second shot in here in the 10th to secure the game 1 victory. That should be enough. And Calumet, a little bit of work to do here. They need good count on this shot. Seven or 8 pins should be enough. And a strike is even better. They're going to shoot 235 with a strike on the fill in this opening game. So Pikeville up 1-0 on Weber in our women's championship match. Calumet 233, Midland 220. Crimson Wave take a 1-0 lead. Pikeville 209, Weber International 179. Game 2. Watching Bowl TV's live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman along with you. If you're not connected with us on our social networking sites, would encourage you to follow USBC on Twitter and Facebook. On Twitter, you can find us at USBC. That's twitter.com/USBC. On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/USBC1, facebook.com/USBC, and the number 1 to find us on Facebook. If you'd like to follow me, you can find me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman, or on Facebook at facebook.com/LucasUSBC. Weber starts off the second game of the Women's Championship with a washout. Our men's semifinal, Calumet leading 1-0 over Midland. Nice washout conversion for Weber International in the opening frame.
Good job, Stephanie.
Pikeville looking for a double. Spare strike to start for Pikeville so far in game 2. Back-to-back jacks for Pikeville. They open up a 10-pin lead. A split for Calumet in the second, so they will fall behind early. Three in a row for the Bears.
Your order is ready at Charlie and Barney. 800.
7-10 split for Jessica Santiago with Weber International. Kim Eulis trying to make it 4 in a row for Pikeville. Great shot by the former Team USA member. Pikeville is rolling here in this game. Calumet up 1-0 in the match, but trailing in this game by 16. Pikeville trying to make it 5 in a row. Highest shot goes in the pocket, leaves the 4-pin standing. Spare for Weber, they trail by 35. Back-to-back strikes for Calumet as they get to within 5 of Midland. Midland with a split in the 5th. It's an 8-10. Weber International trying to get something going. They trail by a sizable margin here as we get to the halfway point of game 2. That one crosses over and leaves the 10-pin. Another strike for Calumet as they take a 5-pin lead, and even further than that, they extend the lead based on the Midland Open. Eight count for Pikeville. Midland down 18 now. And another split for Midland, so Midland in a lot of trouble. 45-pin deficit for Weber International as they bowl in the 6th frame. There's a strike, their first strike of the game. Calumet men with another strike. They're pulling away from Midland here in game 2. Weber looking for a double. 7th frame. Still some hope here in game 2 for Weber International. They need a lot of help from Pikeville, though. They're going to mount the comeback. Calumet looking for their 5th consecutive strike. Expect a big reaction if they get it. Oh, that's not the reaction they wanted. It's a 2-10 split. Can Weber make it 3 in a row? They do. Santiago with the strike in the 8th frame. 3 in a row for Weber as they try to mount the comeback. 9th frame for Pikeville. Let's give you some max scores here. If Weber strikes out in the 9th and the 10th, they shoot 234. If Pikeville gets the spare and strikes out in the 10th, they would shoot 234. 9th frame for Weber. Really could use a strike right here. Through the face, leaves the 3-6-9. Calumet up 36 on Midland with 3 frames to go in our men's semifinal. Open frame for Weber, so Pikeville is going to go up 2-0. Midland with a 3-6-10 in the 9th frame. So it looks like Calumet will also go up 2-0 in their semifinal with Midland. Euless with a 2-4-5. Already has the shutout here in the women's championship. And again, if Pikeville wins this next game, they'd win the match 3-0, and then they would have a second championship match because Weber has not been defeated in this tournament. Zavialova with a split in the 10th for Weber International. doesn't matter because it was already out of the wood. Calumet up 2-0 on Midland as they wrap up. So while we wait for our third game to start, we'll take a quick commercial break. Back in just a minute here live on Bowl TV.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Time for our first shot in Game 3 of the Women's Championship. Pikeville up 2-0 on Weber, trying to force a second championship match. Weber undefeated thus far in match play. Since this would be their first loss, they would need to be defeated again in the double elimination format. Second frame for Pikeville. They started the game with a spare. Weber is yet to bowl. There's a strike for the Bears in the second. Alexa Anderson in for Weber now. Comes up light, leaves the 2-pin. Men's semifinal just underway with Game 3. Calumet leading 2-0. Strike to start things off for Calumet. Midland started with a spare. Spare strike, spare for Pikeville, spare for Weber. Start things off. Baby split for Weber in the second. 2-pin lead for Calumet with a spare here in the second. Thornton makes the baby split. Pikeville is up by 2. Another baby split for Weber. Only one strike so far in this game for either team, and that's from Pikeville in the second. And Euless gives Pikeville a strike in the fifth. Midland with a spare in the third. They trail by 3. Fourth frame for Midland. You can see that Calumet has left the 1-6 in the third. And Midland trips out the 2. Strike in the fourth for Weber International. Pikeville a chance to get a double here and extend their lead to 24. Pin for Stephanie Martins in the fifth for Weber International. That's a change, as she is now in the anchor position replacing Zavialova. Chance for 3 in a row for Pikeville. They got it. 3 strikes in a row for Pikeville. Pikeville trying to get 4 strikes in a row. It's a 3-6 in the 8th. They're still up 34 pins on Weber International. Midland trying to get a double. 6th frame. They lead by 11. Sorry, make it 9, and a 7-10 split right there for Midland. We'll even up the match. Or even up the game, I should say. Weber a chance for a rare double here. 7th frame. Crossing over with the strike. Ninth frame for Pikeville. 4 pin stays up. Weber International in desperate need of some more strikes here. Their max score is 235. Pikeville, if they spare and strike out in the 10th, would shoot 226. And now the max score for Weber is 214, which means Euless will have a chance to shut him out in the 10th. Calumet leading by 1 pin against Midland as they are in the 6th frame. Ninth frame for Weber. Baby split. They trail by 24, so Euless just needs a mark here in the 10th for the shutout. There's a mark, and we will have a second championship in the women's division. Both of our men's teams with doubles currently. It's an 11-pin lead for Calumet. Midland trying to stay alive in this match. Eighth frame for Calumet, working on a double. Trips out the 9 for the strike. Pin lead for Calumet heading into the final couple of frames as they try to earn a spot in the championship against Weber. Strike in the 10th for Midland. They can max out at 203. Calumet, a couple of spares in the 9th and the 10th should be enough to close it out. Oh, look at that. Messenger comes across, takes out the 10. Pikeville sweeps Weber, 216-181 in game 3. Calumet is going to sweep Midland. So we will have a second women's championship. It will be the decider, as both teams have a loss now in the double elimination format. final shots coming up here in the men's semifinal. Calumet is going to win it. Well, actually, it's not 100% over yet. Let's take a look at this. Yep. It's over now. Even if Calumet gets 0 on this. No, he does need to make the spare, actually. Let's take a look here, if I'm right. Yep, got the spare. And that is all she wrote. They win by 1, even with a gutter on the final shot. .212-201 final score. Our men's championship match is now set. Weber International will take on Calumet for the men's title. It will be Pikeville and Weber International in the women's division. Second championship match coming up in just a few minutes. We will take a commercial break while they reset everything and get us ready for the next round, and it shouldn't be long before we get started. Stay with us. Back in just a couple of minutes here on Bowl TV.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
My teammates, we all were looking for another challenge to make our game a little bit better, and the Sport League was the first step in doing so. So we tried it. We found the flaws in our game, and when you go on a house shot, you do pretty well, and you think you're a good bowler, and then you go on a tougher condition, and it really brings you back down to earth, and you have to work on some things.
How has the sport bowling experience helped you with tournament play and competitive play? Because when you get out somewhere where there's a different pattern, you feel like you probably have a little bit of advantage.
Sure. Experience is the key. So, having the sport, understanding that there are different patterns and different ways to play the pattern. Now, when you go to a tournament, if you're one-dimensional, you're finished. But if you have an idea of, I can move here, change ball, rotation, all these other factors, now you have a little bit better arm to face that condition.
Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it, and you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
live from Indianapolis at Western Bowl. It's the championship matches of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and it is time to determine our winners of this year's NAIA Invitational. Pikeville versus Weber in the women's championship match. It is a second championship match because Pikeville came out of the losers bracket and beat Weber 3-0 to give them their first loss of the tournament. So now they will bowl again to determine the champion. So Pikeville and Weber in a second championship match. Weber and Calumet in the first championship match. If Weber wins, they win the title. If Calumet wins, we have a second men's championship match. So we are underway. Pikeville has started things off with a strike in the women's match. Calumet will start things off in the men's championship match. Calumet start things off with a Brooklyn strike in the first. Pikeville try to start things off quickly here with a double. 7-pin. Double to start for Calumet. Open frame for the Bears in the second. The Weber women with a open to start the championship match. Both teams starting with a double in the men's final. Another strike for Calumet. Perfect start to the men's championship. Can Weber extend the perfect start? They do. Both teams with the front three. Calumet up on the men's side, trying to make it the front four. Another open frame for the Weber women as they fall behind by 11 pins early on to Pikeville. John Trzynski for the Weber men up on the far right side of your screen, trying to keep pace with Calumet and give Weber the front four. Oh, and Weber the first to blink. It's a ring 10 pin on a good shot. Ooh, a pocket 7-10 split for Calumet on the front four. Tough break there for the Crimson Wave. Open frame for Pikeville in the fourth. The women's championship match off to a slow start for both teams. Opening game of our championship matches. Looks like a 2-4-8 for Pikeville's Kim Eulis in the fifth. Weber with a 9-pin in the fifth frame. With a spare, they will lead by 2. Another open frame for the Weber women. Pikeville leads by 12. Weber finally on the board with a strike on the women's match. The fifth frame. After the open, Calumet back on track with a strike. Pikeville up by 10 against Weber. Weber men are up by 13 on Calumet. We're in the championship match of the NAIA Invitational. Lucas Wiseman of the United States Bowling Congress here with you on Bowl TV. Open frame for Weber. Only 88 in the 7th frame for Weber International. They are really struggling this game. Another open frame for Calumet, so it looks like Weber's going to take game 1 in the men's match and lose game 1 in the women's match at this rate. .22-pin lead for Pikeville with just a few frames to go. And another split for Weber. Open frame for Pikeville. But Weber with an open as well. So a 22-pin lead still intact for Pikeville with 2 frames to go here in game 1. Swartz needs 8 pins on 2 shots for Weber International to shut out Calumet here in the 10th frame. Far right side of your screen. That's enough. Weber wins game 1 in the men's match. That'll lock up game 1 win for Pikeville. Final score in the men's opening game is 202 for Calumet. Weber will shoot in the 220s. .224 for Weber. They win 224 to 202 in game 1 in the men's opening game. Women just finishing up game 1. While we wait for the start, we'll take a quick 45-second commercial break and be back with the start of game 2 right after this.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, storm, and track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
Gearing up for our second game in our championship matches. Live from Western Bowl in Indianapolis. It's the finals of the NAIA Invitational. One more shot to go for the Weber women in game one. So that's what you're seeing over there. It's a fill ball. The final tally, 166 for Pikeville, 135 for the Weber women. The men are about to throw their first shot of game two. It's USBC Junior Gold champion Gary Faulkner with the 7-pin in the first frame. Missed spare for Weber in the first. Our next live broadcast here on Bowl TV is going to be coming up on April 3rd, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's the USBC Open Championships from Baton Rouge. John Gaines, John Janowitz, and Scott Newell, among others, will be bowling the team event from Baton Rouge, so be sure to tune in for that just a couple of days from now on Bowl TV. You can find our complete schedule of upcoming live stream events on bowl.com/livestream. It's bowl.com/livestream. Calumet off to a quick start in the men's second game with a double, while Weber with the missed single pin in the first. Another missed single pin for Weber. Back-to-back open frames. Weber men are regrouping, having a little conversation with head coach Del Warren after they went back-to-back single pin misses. You can see Calumet with the super washout on the deck. If they spare it, they're up 27. Women's match is 1-0 lead for Pikeville. The teams are even after 2 frames. Open frame for Calumet in the third. They lead by 11 now. Weber men are on the board with their first mark of the game. Comes in the third frame. They trail by 11. The Weber women are up by 13 against Pikeville after 3 frames. Split for Zavialova in the 4th for Weber. Trzynski with a strike for Weber, trying to get his team fired up. Nice strike there for Calumet in the anchor position. They still lead by 11. Paralyzed 5-pin there for Weber men. Meanwhile, Pikeville with a strike from Kim Eulis. They take the lead by a pin. Double for Pikeville. They go up by 11. Chance for Pikeville to go up by 21 with another strike. Working on a double 7th frame, far left side of your screen. Nothing falls into the 7, so Pikeville up by 10 at this stage. Still an 11-pin deficit for the Weber men. Six frames completed in the men's match. That's a 2-4-7 leave for Calumet. And it comes on a spare, so now their lead is dropped to 8 pins. Back-to-back strikes for Weber International, as they have now taken the lead in the men's championship match. The Weber women trail by 14. A strike for Pikeville, a solid 9 for Weber International. Looks like Calumet's going to make a substitution mid-frame here, bringing a right-hander to shoot that 2-4-7 that was left by the lefty. Good substitution as he makes the spare. It's a 1-pin lead for Weber International in the men's match. Weber's completed 8 frames. Calumet still has the 8th frame to go. Washout attempt for the Weber women. Wraps the head pin around the 10, an open frame. The Weber women trail by 28 pins. Strike in the 8th for Calumet. 1-pin game. 2 frames to go. There's a strike for Weber. Weber women can strike out for 197. Pikeville's Kim Eulis can go 9 spare, strike in the 10th for 194. So the Weber women not quite out of it yet. Strike in the 9th for Weber men. And Calumet now with a chance to take the lead. If they can strike in the 9th, that would give them a double, and they'd have a 9-pin lead heading into the 10th frame. Here's the shot. It is a baby split, so Weber men will lead going into the final frame of game 2. Big shot here for Weber on the women's side. If they don't strike here, they have no chance to win the game. And they'd be down 2-0. And it's a split. So Pikeville's going to go up 2-0. Go full screen on the men now as we enter the 10th frame. Weber leading by 1. Max score 207. Max score for Calumet 196. Weber backs off, going to allow Calumet to go first here. Calumet trailing by 1, working on a spare. Weber working on a strike. Through the face leaves the 7-pin. And that means all Weber's going to need is a mark in the 10th. And 9 on the fill for the shutout. A strike here by Weber would give them the win without having to worry about count. This one's way right. And leaves the split. Big trouble here for Weber International. First things first, Calumet has to make the 7-pin. It does make it, and that forces Weber to make the split here in the 10th. It's a 2-4-10. Weber has to make the split or they lose the game. Here's the shot. Oh! It comes from behind and makes the 10. Unbelievable break. Are you kidding me right now? What a split conversion. And Weber now just needs 9 pins on the fill for the shutout. Strike on the fill for Calumet. Not quite over yet. 185 for Calumet. Marcelo Swartz makes the 2-4-10 here in the 10th frame. A miracle spare. And still needs 9 pins to get the win. 8, we would have a tie, and each team would get a half a point. Here's the shot. Needs 9. Gets 10. 187, 185. What a win for Weber here in game 2. So now Pikeville women are 1 win away from the title, and the Weber men are 1 win away from the title. Back-to-back strikes for Pikeville to start off this game as they get off to a quick start on Weber International on the women's side. Pikeville looking for 3 in a row in the women's match. They've got it. Back-to-back-to-back strikes for the Bears as they are off to a quick start here in this third game. Can Pikeville make it 4 in a row to start the game? Yes, they can. Front 4 for the Bears. Open frame for Weber in the second. They're in big trouble. Pikeville a chance to strike all the way through the order here. Front 5 for Pikeville. All 5 players strike to open up game 3. Pikeville is rolling. So the string comes to an end for Pikeville with a washout, but still the damage has been done. A 5-bagger to open up game 3. Weber women have to find a way to put some strikes together if they want to mount a comeback. They've only bowled 3 frames. There's a double for the Weber women. Open frame for Pikeville in the 6th. Pin lead for the Weber men early on here in game 3. Another strike for Pikeville. That's 6 out of 7 this game. Weber's down 36 in the women's match, but their men are up by 15. Washout is good for Calumet. They still trail by 15 after 4 frames. Chance for a double here for the Weber women, 7th frame. They don't get it. It's a 4-pin. Weber women down by 23 with just a few frames to go here. Ninth frame for Pikeville, and it's a split. 6-7 split in the 9th for Pikeville. Still hope for the Weber women if they can get something going in these final 3 frames. There's a crossover strike. There's a double for Calumet as they close the gap to 5. Pikeville shooting a 6-7 split here. Oh, almost made it. Just did miss it to the right, and Weber men with a double of their own to push that lead back to 15. huge final couple of frames here in our women's championship match. Max score for Pikeville going into the 10th is 216. Weber can still shoot 227. Ninth frame for the Weber women, far left side of your screen. A very important shot here for the Warriors. Working on a strike, trying to get a double. This would cut the deficit to 11. Through the face. Leaves the 3-6-10. Kim Eulis can double in the 10th to win the title. She could shut them out. She leaves the 3-6. So Weber is not shut out yet. Or cannot be shut out yet. Because Pikeville's max score is 206. Weber can still shoot 207. Weber men up by 13 as the 7th frame is being wrapped up.
Ticket number 806, order ready at Charlie and Barney.
Big spare attempt here. Has to make it to have any chance to stay alive. Does make the spare. Coming down to the anchor bowlers in our women's championship match. 3 frames to go in the men's championship match. Weber International still up by 13. Spare's good for Pikeville. Katie Thornton for Weber International must double in the 10th. She needs all 3 strikes in the 10th to shut out Pikeville by 1. Here's the first shot. If she doesn't strike, Pikeville wins the title. That's it. Pikeville wins the women's title. 3-0 over Weber International. Strike for the Weber Warriors men's team. And they are in the driver's seat here down the stretch. They may win the title in a sweep over Calumet. Technically, Euless still needs to knock down 1 pin for Pikeville to have the victory mathematically. Open frame for Calumet in the 8th. They trail by 27. That's enough for Pikeville. Pikeville's your NAIA champions for 2012. Congratulations, Pikeville. .204 for the Bears. 195 for Weber International. Pikeville sweeps Weber in back-to-back matches to win the women's title. We'll go full screen on the men's match now. Back-to-back strikes for the Weber men, and they are going to win the NAIA Invitational this year. So congratulations to the Pikeville women and the Weber International men, champions of the NAIA Invitational for 2012. Final frame to wrap up here. Final shots here as things wrap up. But once again, congratulations to the Pikeville women. They sweep Weber International 3-0 to win the women's title. And the Weber men, they sweep Calumet 3-0 and go undefeated in match play to win the men's title here at the NAIA Invitational. 214-156 your final score. And that's going to do it. Our next broadcast will be coming up April 3rd. So Tuesday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. Live coverage of the Open Championships. John Gaines, John Janowitz, and Scott Newell competing in the team event in Baton Rouge.
1, 2, 3, together!
That's all for now from Indianapolis. Signing off, I'm Lucas Wiseman. We'll see you next time here on Bowl TV.